alarm system has now been completed.
Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Sir, before we proceed to call Mr. Brocklesby, there's just one short matter of evidence I wonder if I might raise.
Yeah.
There are two statements from witnesses who will not be required to give oral evidence, but which relate to the evidence of Mr. Staunton, and which I'd like to read into the record, please.
Yeah.
The first is from Benjamin Tidswell, a non-executive director of Post Office Limited, and the reference for that is WITN 112-90100. The second is from Marianne Tooton, a barrister. The reference is WITN 116-20100.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. With those documents read in, may we please call Mr. Brocklesby?
Of course.
I do solemnly,
Sincerely and truly,
declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Could you confirm your full name, please, Mr. Brocklesby?
Christopher William Brocklesby.
Thank you for coming to the inquiry to assist it in its work. As you know, my name is Emma Price and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. You should have in front of you a hard copy of a statement provided by you to the inquiry. Do you have that?
I do.
It is dated the 16th of August of this year. If you could turn please to page 25. Do you have a copy with a visible signature?
I do.
Is that your signature?
It is.
Are the contents of that statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
That witness statement for which the reference is WITN 113-50100 is now in evidence and will be published on the inquiry's website in due course. I'd like to start, please, with your professional background and the role that you held with the Post Office until recently. As you set out in your statement, you have a first-class BSc in chemical engineering, is that right?
That's correct.
Upon graduating, you embarked upon a career in IT.
Yes.
That career has spanned 26 years to date.
Unfortunately, 36 years, I think.
36 years, forgive me, that is my error. And has included Chief Information Officer roles for companies including Tesco Bank, EasyJet, Vodafone UK and Dunelm, is that right?
That's correct.
Is it right that at Vodafone UK in particular, your IT responsibilities included a large transformation programme to consolidate multiple legacy systems?
That is correct, yes.
Is it right that you joined the Post Office in August 2023 as Chief Transformation Officer?
Yes.
And you were in this role until the 6th of September this year?
Correct.
Is it right that in this role you were a member of the Strategic Executive Group responsible for IT, including the delivery of the Sub-Postmaster programme, which is to replace the Horizon system?
Yes.
And the new system intended to replace the Horizon system will be known as the new branch IT system, is that correct?
That's correct.
As CTO, you were accountable for the day-to-day operation of Horizon from a Post Office perspective.
Yes.
Although you say the service is still mostly outsourced to Fujitsu.
That's correct.
You explain at paragraph 9 of your statement that you were also responsible for all change activities on the Horizon system.
Yes.
Could we have that paragraph on screen, please? It's page 3 of WITN 113-50100. And so those change activities you list in this way: A, the regular Horizon software releases, which include defect fixes and enhancements for postmasters. B, implementation of the Horizon issues judgment, recommendations and improvements. C, infrastructure upgrades to reduce operational risk, known as data center fortification. And D, projects to re-architect components of the Horizon system to bring them into Post Office Limited control and support. Starting with D, please. Are the components being brought under Post Office control and support those which you identify at paragraph 8 of your statement, so namely those which interface with third-party partners such as banks and the Royal Mail Group?
That's correct, yes.
Is it right that one of the reasons for this work was to minimise the impact of migrating from Horizon to the new system?
Yes.
So it was progressing, was it, alongside the work to deliver the new branch IT system?
Correct.
Turning then to B at the top of this page, and just for the moment in terms of the parameters of your responsibility in this area, what type of recommendations and improvements arising from the Horizon issues judgment fell within your remit?
Most of the HIJ remediation programme, which had been running for a number of years, had been completed by the time I arrived at Post Office. There was still phase 3 of that programme running. But to call out a couple of specific items that were left, there was an improvement for postmasters called Auto Stock Rem In, which was an improvement to allow a much better process for postmasters to accept stamps into their branches, and hence removing one of the causes of defects when those stamps are booked in incorrectly. And another was bringing the transactional database which is used for some data inquiries under the re-architecting it and bringing under Post Office control.
You describe the team structure for Horizon work at the Post Office at paragraph 10 of your statement. You had a full-time IT director reporting to you, Simon Oldnall, who you say was responsible for all Horizon work at the Post Office. Is that right?
That's correct.
He had a team of 45 people who managed the service provided by Fujitsu through 6 different functions, which you set out here in the paragraph A to F. Is that right?
That's correct.
To what extent were you involved in the actual work of those functions, as opposed to Mr. Oldnall reporting to you on that work?
Most of the work was delegated to Simon Oldnall. I had fortnightly one-to-ones with Simon to review the progress of the work that was being undertaken on Horizon. But as it was only one component of my responsibilities, that was my main interaction with the work.
You addressed the monthly governance meeting between the Post Office and Fujitsu at paragraph 12 of your statement. These were led by Mr. Oldnall from the Post Office side and Dan Walton from the Fujitsu side. Is that right?
That's right.
Did you attend those meetings?
Not as a matter of course. I did attend, I think, 1 or 2 meetings when I first joined the Post Office to make sure I understood what was being discussed.
Were there any times when you were requested to attend those meetings for any specific issues?
I don't believe so, no.
Did Mr. Oldnall report back to you on key points from the meetings?
Yes.
That statement can come down now, thank you. Is it right that you joined the Post Office Strategic Executive Group as soon as you started as Chief Transformation Officer?
That's correct.
You also became a member of the Improvement Delivery Group, which you address at paragraph 22 of your statement. Can we have that on screen, please? It's page 7. And you say there that the group had the remit of addressing past failings, responding to current issues, driving operation and cultural change, and rebuilding trust with postmasters. The committee assessed progress on topics such as postmaster induction and training, shortfall and discrepancies, suspensions and terminations. It also assessed the progress of addressing the Horizon issues judgment findings within Horizon. This gave me insight into the issues of the past and the action plans to address those issues. You say you were also the SEG sponsor for the HIJ remediation programme, and which had the remit of implementing changes to the Horizon system in order to address specific recommendations. And that was a fortnightly meeting for that group, chaired by the CEO. You say there that this was a challenging environment in which Post Office Limited leaders were challenged on progress and pace. Who was doing the challenging and who was being challenged?
Each individual component that was being scrutinised was led by a member of the leadership team, and they presented their progress. Most of the challenging was coming from Nick Reed, the Chief Executive.
What was your impression when you took up the 2 roles we've just looked at of progress which had been made by the Post Office in addressing specific recommendations from the Horizon issues judgment?
My impression was that the scope was very broad. Clearly, a lot of individual topics that were being discussed. And that a lot of change was being made and had been made to the way that Post Office operated, and that was making a material difference.
Can you recall an example of a point on which Post Office leaders were challenged at the meetings?
No, I can't.
Although the remit of the Horizon Issues Judgment Remediation Programme went wider, is it right that your role was limited to ensuring the implementation of the judgment insofar as it applied to the operation of Horizon?
Correct.
With that in mind, I'd like to ask you, please, about some of the changes you deal with at paragraph 38 of your statement. Could we go to that, please? It's page 12. And focusing on the changes which are on their face directly relevant to the operation of Horizon, and starting with E, you say there is now much more support for postmasters with discrepancies. This includes a dispute button, which postmasters use to highlight that they need help, and a 3-tier support process to analyse and identify the root cause of discrepancies. My team worked with the Post Office Limited Retail to support postmasters during these investigations. How does the dispute button work?
My understanding is it's an opportunity for postmasters to ask for help. So it is literally a part of the Horizon application, which they can, when they can press and basically say, I need help with either my weekly or monthly reconciliation.
Who is alerted to the need for help once the button is used?
The branch support team within the retail area of Post Office.
And is that a Post Office support function?
Yes.
How is the dispute resolved?
That's not an area directly within my remit, so I can't give a lot of detail on the processes that go through, that team go through to resolve the discrepancies.
You say at paragraph 6 of your statement that support is largely outsourced to Fujitsu. Can you help, please, with the 3 tiers and which aspects of that are held by Post Office and which aspects are held by Fujitsu?
I believe all 3 tiers are held by Post Office, the branch support team, the network support team, which I believe is a kind of more expert function in terms of trying to resolve discrepancies. And the 3rd tier would involve my team, trying to work with the retail team to resolve anything that remains after those first 2 investigations.
And in what sort of circumstances would your team be asked to get involved?
When the root cause of a discrepancy hadn't been discovered or understood by the previous 2 teams.
And how frequently in the year you were there were your team called on in those circumstances?
I don't know.
Are there any different helplines or lines of support run by Fujitsu available to postmasters?
I don't believe so.
In terms of, well, I should ask first, is there a Post Office helpline that is utilised as part of this support for sub-postmasters?
Yes, the branch support team. There's also, for IT issues, there is an IT help desk that postmasters can call.
Are regular reports produced summarising the issues being raised by postmasters on the helplines?
I understand that they're included in the retail dashboard, which is a report that's put together by the retail team on a monthly basis and goes to both the executive and board.
And how is that retail dashboard considered or analysed at those levels?
I can't speak for the board because I'm not a member of the board. At the exec team, it's part of our monthly agenda, and it's open to scrutiny by the executive team, and they can ask any questions during that meeting.
You say at paragraph 12B of your statement that defect reporting was a standing agenda item at the monthly Post Office and Fujitsu governance meetings. Does discussion of this topic at those meetings include an analysis of the sub-postmaster issues raised with either Post Office or Fujitsu regarding software?
I'm not sure I understand the question. There is a review of any new defects that have been raised. Defects can be raised by either Post Office or Fujitsu, and a review of where there are changes to be made as a consequence of that defect being raised, a review of progress to resolve that defect.
My question is really where the issue is raised by a sub-postmaster, but it hasn't necessarily been reported as a defect or recognised as such by Fujitsu or Post Office. Is that something that would come to the table to be discussed?
I don't believe so, no.
Can you help at all with who is responsible for helpline oversight? Would that have been Mr. Oldnall or someone else?
The business support team has oversight from the retail function, and the IT support line has oversight from IT. I have a separate IT. I did have a separate IT director, Mark Nash, who is responsible for the IT help desk.
Looking again, please, at the changes you list at paragraph 38 of your statement towards the bottom of page 12. And this time at H. You say there is more openness on horizon defects. Any new defect with a possibility of having financial impact to postmasters is posted on Branch Hub, the postmaster communication portal, and resolution is updated. This area is something which sits directly within my remit. There is also monthly SEG and board reporting on horizon defects. Dealing with the hub, first of all, how do you measure, if at all, sub-postmaster engagement with the hub?
We have stats on a monthly basis in terms of the number of logins to Branch Hub, which has been consistently going up since it was introduced.
Are sub-postmasters able to feed into the Branch Hub when they have relevant experiences of problems with Horizon?
I believe that they can raise an incident on Branch Hub, yes.
Is the Branch Hub and the information on it looked at by those involved in suspensions, terminations, and recovery of shortfalls, as far as you can say?
I'm not aware of whether they look at that or not.
Is any learning from the hub used to inform the development of the new branch IT system?
I can't see an obvious correlation. I mean, in terms of specific defects, yes, are analysed to make sure that clearly that they're not, nothing equivalent to them is included in the design of NBIT. So for specifically related to defects, yes.
The statement can come down now, thank you. You refer in your statement to monthly strategic executive group and board meetings reporting on Horizon defects. Who provides the reports on this topic at SEG and board level?
Ultimately, it was myself that was provided the information from the Horizon team, but I provided that into the, I would review it and then provide it to COSEC for inclusion in the SEG meetings.
To what extent were these reports discussed or challenged at SEG and board meetings?
Again, I wasn't a member of the board meeting, but I've never been asked specifically, I don't believe, at a board meeting. But now and again, I would be asked a question on, it wasn't just about defects. The tech dashboard had a number of pieces of information in terms of remote and privileged access, defects, number of incidents, etc. So I would receive some questions from fellow SEG members on a monthly basis.
You say in your statement that there is nobody on the board with IT experience. How does this impact upon the ability of the board critically to assess reports on Horizon defects, in your view?
I don't think it would, on that specific topic, it would have much impact, because they, I'm sure, are able to analyse a trend in terms of whether there was a material increase in defects and or poor progress in terms of resolving those defects based on the data that they were presented on a monthly basis. So I don't think in terms of that aspect that it would have had an impact.
What aspects did it have an impact on?
I think in terms of the broader discussions on technology, specifically on progress on projects and programs such as the SPM program, which is delivering the new NBIT application, it's quite difficult to engage the board in a detailed conversation. And I think the consequences would typically be, and I refer to this into my statement, a risk aversion to how that progress is being made.
And when you say risk aversion, how does that manifest?
Well, I think whether it be board or ARC, if you're not familiar with systems development and IT program delivery, when it comes to topics such as the current status of NBIT is that it's being piloted in a small number, I think 5 directly managed branches. I think in a discussion as to progress and readiness, people who are not used to the topic tend to want a level of perfection that is actually detrimental to the ultimate quality of the product, because a beta version of software or a pilot of software is there to test the software in the real world. And by definition, it won't be perfect. It needs to be good enough, but it won't be perfect. And that level of real-world experience means that the ultimate end product would be of higher quality and better for postmasters. So those types of topics are difficult to engage in if you've not been involved in project delivery before. Also, there's expert domains such as security, which is a hot topic in any organisation which relies on IT systems, which again, it's a technical topic. So getting that balance, the discussion as to how quickly to remediate security issues, how much money to spend, is a difficult one to engage with. People are not familiar with that topic.
Given the history of the issues being investigated by the chair in this inquiry, do you think there should be someone on the board with IT experience?
Yes, I think in other boards that I've interacted with, that's been more and more of a theme, where there's been a specific NED role, which has been a digital or data NED that's been recruited to various boards.
I'd like to turn, please, to the current Post Office approach to the recovery of shortfalls. Could we have on screen, please, paragraph 73 of Mr. Brocklesby's statement? That's page 22. And at paragraph 73, you are commenting on an article in the Times from February of this year. And you say this, specifically in relation to the suggestion that there is a prevailing culture that postmasters continue to be guilty. This is, again, not a culture I recognise. For example, the way that discrepancies are now handled by Post Office Limited is unrecognisable from the procedures of the past. Postmasters are given the benefit of the doubt, and unexplained losses are not pursued by Post Office Limited. With that in mind, I'd like to ask you, please, about a document from July of this year. It's POL 00448-520. Could we have that on screen, please? These are the minutes of a Post Office Limited SEG tactical meeting dated the 17th of July 2024, which record you having been in attendance. The minutes note a discussion regarding branch discrepancies and loss recovery. Some background is given starting at the third bullet point, sub-bullet point down. By way of background, SEG noted that following the recommendations made in the GLO and CIG in 2018-19, Post Office Limited had ceased action to recover established losses from postmasters. And then the next bullet down, this activity had been on hold since this time, except where a postmaster both agreed to repay the established loss and proceeded to repay under a process established in 2021 to identify and resolve discrepancies arising mainly during trading period balancing. This process was documented and regularly assured by the Assurance and Complex Investigation Team. And the bullet under that, a key consideration was whether Horizon transaction data might be a cause of the discrepancy. Then going over the page, please, there is an explanation of the thinking behind the voluntary recovery repayment process, and that's the third bullet down. It says the voluntary recovery repayment process was predicated on Horizon data being robust and that Post Office Limited could rely on the data. Post Office Limited was currently awaiting confirmation from both Post Office Limited IT and Fujitsu, and that this was the case, and this would be a key prerequisite to any process that sought recovery in circumstances where the postmaster did not voluntarily agree. The minutes then record the SEG considering the options for the process going forward. SEG considered the options and the associated pros and cons, and the options were maintain the current situation and communicate this as a policy decision to postmasters, cease all future recovery of losses, or seek recovery of established losses via a civil means, deduction from remuneration, following an agreed, defined process with an external review board that would make the final recovery decision. The prerequisites included the process involving an external board. On this, representative postmasters would sit. And towards the bottom of the page, the penultimate line, the prerequisites would include, critically, assurance on Horizon data. Do you see that highlighted there? With your insight gained from your role in implementing the recommendations of the Horizon Issues Judgment, do you think that Post Office's voluntary recovery and repayment process should be predicated on Horizon data being robust?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain why?
Well, it provides the foundation for the discussion and investigation around whether there's a discrepancy and the size of that discrepancy. All of that information comes from Horizon.
The prerequisite for the proposed recovery plan was said to be assurance on Horizon data, is that referring to a general assurance that Horizon data is reliable?
I believe so, yes.
From whom was that being sought?
Specifically Simon Oldnall.
Was Simon Oldnall in a position to give that kind of assurance?
But clearly this is a topic that we've discussed around the SEG table many times. I don't think any IT professional can give a guaranteed assurance of the integrity of data on any IT system. But what Simon can do, and I think this meeting particularly included a couple of new members of the executive team that hadn't been previously involved in discussions around discrepancies and were unaware of the work that had previously been done around the HIJ remediation programme. So what Simon was being asked to do was to restate and remind SEG of all the work that had been done to improve the Horizon system, to remove known defects and therefore improve the quality of the underlying data.
Given the history of Horizon issues, and in particular assurances given in the past that Horizon was robust in a number of contexts, did you have any concerns about this prerequisite or general assurance and what that might lead to?
No, I didn't have any concerns about the data itself. I mean, these conversations can be frustrating when some members of SEG want an absolute guarantee provided by IT, because as I've just previously stated, it's very difficult to provide an absolute guarantee, but to assert all the work that's been done to improve the situation, to assert the remaining defects that are outstanding and how they don't impact postmasters specifically, or only impact a small number of kind of edge cases, and the fact that the system supports a very large branch network, 7 million transactions a day, which are concluded successfully.
Did you agree that the correct way forward was to seek recovery of established losses by civil means or deduction from remuneration with the prerequisites that were set out in the minutes?
Yes, I did. I mean, clearly within my role, I'm not responsible for the processes around those investigations, discussions with postmasters, so I don't have full insight in terms of the process of reviewing discrepancies. But based on what I'd heard and the confidence I had in Horizon, yes.
What was your view on the alternative option that was listed of a form of losses pool to which all postmasters contributed and from which repayments would be made?
Sorry, could you ask me that question again?
Yes, well, we can look at it. So there was reference to underneath the bullet points we've just looked at. SEG discussed a number of other alternatives, including some form of losses pool to which all postmasters contributed and from which repayments would be made. What was your view on that, as to whether that was an appropriate recovery method?
Again, it's somewhat outside of my experience and responsibilities, but it appeared to me that that wouldn't be a fair way forward in terms of all postmasters contributing. There's obviously a range of postmasters, their experience and the status of their accounts, so it didn't feel as though that was a fair way forward to me.
By the time you left the post office, what stage had decision-making reached on the way forward in terms of loss recovery?
I don't believe this had come back to SEG for further discussion.
Had any assurance been given on horizon data in general terms by that point?
I'm not aware. There was a working group that was pulled together. Simon Aldenall was the IT representative on that working group. But I'm not aware of the progress that was being made.
Do you remain of the view that the way discrepancies are now handled by the Post Office is unrecognisable from the procedures of the past?
Yes, based on what I've heard and reported at the group executive, yes.
That document can come down now, thank you. I'd like to ask you, please, about some clauses in the sub-postmaster contract as amended in August 2020. Could we have that on screen, please? It's POL 50254. And it's page 32, please. We can see towards the bottom of the page there are post office duties, and this is towards the bottom of page 32, please. If we can go over the page, please. Just towards the bottom there, thank you. So this section deals with post office duties. And going over the page, please, starting at clause 20.3. This duty is set out. Properly and accurately effect, record, maintain and keep records of all transactions effected using Horizon. Does a mechanism exist for monitoring the identification of and payment of shortfalls by sub-postmasters? So I'm not asking you about the interpretation of this clause, but just in terms of what that promises to do, is there a mechanism for monitoring the identification of and payment of shortfalls by sub-postmasters?
I'm not aware of that level of detail.
Just looking at the next two clauses, properly and accurately produce all relevant records and or explain all relevant transactions and or any alleged or apparent shortfalls attributed to the sub-postmaster. And then 20.5, cooperate in seeking to identify the possible or likely causes of any apparent or alleged shortfalls and or whether or not there was indeed any shortfall at all. Is the reason for all shortfalls, as a matter of practice, identified by the Post Office?
Is your question every single shortfall that's experienced from a postmaster?
Well, starting with any that have been raised that are in issue.
Again, this is something that is the responsibility of the business support team rather than IT. But my understanding is not every shortfall has a root cause.
That document can come down now, thank you. Moving, please, to the role played currently by the Post Office in prosecutions. Between May and July of this year, the CEOs of Post Office Limited and Fujitsu exchanged correspondence regarding the conduct of Post Office's investigations function. And I think you've had that correspondence sent to you by the inquiry, is that right?
That's
You've
correct.
had a chance to review that. Could we have on screen, please, FUJ 002 43204? This is a letter from Paul Patterson to Nick Reed, dated the 8th of July 2024, seeking to bring to Mr. Reed's attention concerning conduct exhibited by members of Post Office Limited. And the second paragraph says this: I'm glad that we both share a commitment to learn lessons from the Post Office Horizon scandal and to ensure that the appalling treatment of postmasters and the miscarriages of justice that occurred could never happen again. That was the reason for my writing to you. I was seeking to bring your attention concerning conduct exhibited by members of your organisation. In simple terms, the Post Office is requesting that Fujitsu Service Limited give expert opinion evidence to be used in criminal proceedings against postmasters and post office workers. Enclosed to Mr. Patterson's letter is an email chain between Simon Oldnall, so your direct report, John Bartlett and Fujitsu, dated between the 11th of April and the 1st of May. Could we have that on screen, please? It's FUJ 002 43158. And starting on page 4, please. On the 11th of April, Mr. Oldnall emailed Daniel Walton of Fujitsu, saying, Dan, I understand from John that there have been some challenges with supporting an ongoing police investigation that involves a large sum of money. I obviously understand broader context, but wanted to reassure that Post Office Limited is supporting the police investigation and offering any and all assistance we can. Can I ask that you help with any conversation that City of London Police need to have with Fujitsu Service Limited? And then on the 19th of April, Mr. Bartlett replied in the chain. That's page 2, please. Scrolling down, please. And the third paragraph down. As the potential victim in this case, Post Office Limited would be grateful if you can provide me with contact details for either the equivalent person in Fujitsu in the UK to my role, i.e. in overall charge of investigations, or perhaps the head of security if you do not have a dedicated investigation team, or an appropriate person in your UK legal team. I will then pass those details on to City of London Police, who are looking to have a trilateral conversation with Fujitsu, Post Office Limited and City of London Police. It is impossible to overstate how important this is. I need to advise both the police and Post Office Limited as to the evidentially established reliability or not of data that is being used every day in establishing outcomes with postmasters, and potentially to be presented to the criminal justice system by the police and the 3 public prosecuting agencies. The non-provision of relevant witness statements from Post Office Limited and Fujitsu will rightly be interpreted by the police and prosecutors as Post Office Limited and Fujitsu not having faith in the reliability of the data, with the obvious outcome resulting. That document can come down now, thank you. Simon Oldnall reported to you. Before it was sent to you by the inquiry, were you aware of this correspondence?
No.
If you had seen it at the time you were in your role, would it have concerned you?
Yes, I mean, there are politics at play, clearly, in terms of people being careful about what they said and did with regards to with Horizon. But yeah, it would have concerned me if Fujitsu were not able to provide some level of assurance, although understood that there are, as I said, there are politics at play here, so they may not want to be providing that level of detail and assurance to law enforcement.
Would it have concerned you that it was being requested by Post Office? That is, Fujitsu were being asked to give in essence, expert evidence as to the reliability of a system with the history that this has?
It was probably naive to get involved, but I think, with the best of intents, people were trying to help the police force in their investigations. So with hindsight, probably should have let the police get on with it with Fujitsu.
Were you aware at the time of Mr. Oldman's role in assisting the police with ongoing prosecutions of
No,
sub-postmasters?
not specifically.
Do you think you should have been aware of that aspect of Mr. Oldman's work?
From what I understand from the email conversation, this is one specific significant case that the Met Police were pursuing. I don't think I'm comfortable that Simon didn't feel it was necessary to raise this with me.
I'd like to move, please, to progress on the new branch IT system. The inquiry has received evidence that, although it was initially proposed that the new branch IT system would be rolled out to enable the Post Office to exit its contract with Fujitsu for Horizon support services by March 2025, delays in the development and rollout of the system have meant that the proposed start date for deployment of the system is now June 2026. Does that accord with your understanding at the point you left the Post Office?
That's correct, yes.
Could we have on screen, please, BEIS 40776? These are the minutes of a UKGI Post Office Limited quarterly shareholder meeting dated the 14th of September 2023. You were in attendance and are abbreviated to CB in the minutes. Going to page 4, please. Under item 5, NBIT, so that's the new branch IT system, yes, isn't it? The 5th bullet point there. CC asked about negotiations with Fujitsu. CB, so is that you? Is that a reference to you, the initial CB there?
Yes.
Outlined current arrangements with Fujitsu. Support runs to March 25 while infrastructure expires in March 24. A request to extend infrastructure to March 25 will come to the October board. The procurement strategy beyond March 25 will kick off early next year to extend those two contracts. To date, Post Office Limited has told Fujitsu that they would like a flexible agreement going forward without a precise end date, but Fujitsu would like to see a funded and well-planned SPMP so they know Post Office Limited is serious about replacement. In short, Fujitsu is happy to collaborate if they know Post Office Limited is working to get out. Just keeping that in mind, could we have on screen, please, FUJ 0024 3299? This is a letter from Fujitsu to you, dated the 15th of December 2023. And it refers to a request from Post Office Limited in November 2023 to extend the Horizon contract. Fujitsu explains the the various challenges to the feasibility of the continued delivery of the Horizon system and associated services. There was then a further letter on the 3rd of July of this year from Fujitsu to Mr. Oldnall. Could we have that on screen, please? It's FUJ 0024 3301. And starting at the 3rd paragraph down, please. There is this: we have seen limited formal engagement from Post Office Limited to meaningfully progress the planning of exit at the exit date. Post Office is instead focused on seeking to secure an extension and planning for exit to occur before the end of extended contract term. And then underneath, the purpose of this letter is to escalate the position so Post Office Limited engages proactively with Fujitsu to plan and prepare for Post Office Limited to take over the services that Fujitsu is due to cease providing on the exit date. As discussed, Post Office Limited needs to assign an exit manager to prepare with Fujitsu an exit plan. Forgive me for going through that in some detail, but it sets out a little the chronology of the piece. What was the status of the development of the replacement for the Horizon system on your departure from Post Office?
So we had developed some software that was live in 5 branches, supporting a subset of postmaster transactions, a pilot of the ultimate end software. There was still a lot of software to be built, and hence a 2-year timescale, just under 2-year timescale, to build out a full solution that is not only across all of the transactions, but includes a system that's performant, secure, etc. But the fact that there was pilot software running in a branch used to serve real customers was a great start, but a long way to go in terms of the ultimate end goal of retiring Horizon.
Do you think that the Post Office had in place a realistic plan for delivery of a replacement system on your arrival?
On my arrival, no.
Can you elaborate as to why you say that's the case?
On my arrival, the plan of record was that NBIT would be delivered and fully deployed by March 2025. And there was a lot of assumptions included in, yes, the Fujitsu relationship, other procurement deals, etc., that were built on the back of a March 2025 assumption. But clearly, based on what I could see when I arrived, namely there was little to no software that had been delivered to date, that the software that had been built had a lot of work still to be done in terms of defects, an awful lot of work in terms of things like security, and given the fact that there was a plan to deploy that software to 11,700 branches that would have taken 2 to 2.5 years. If you work back from March 25, and if it takes 2 to 2.5 years to deploy the software, then the software needs to have been ready by the time at the time when I arrived, and it clearly was not even close to being ready. So, no, there was no credible plan to deliver a March 25 outcome.
Did you encounter any challenges in delivering the replacement to Horizon programme?
I'm not sure I understand the question. It's a complex, difficult program to deliver, so it's...
Breaking it down as to what those challenges might have been, or starting from this position, did you put in place a plan for delivery of the replacement system on your arrival?
Yes, there was a lot to do. I think, as we've heard from previous witnesses, there wasn't one program, there were 2 programs. One that was building the software, and another program that was looking at how to train postmasters to deploy the software into branch. That wasn't a credible and realistic setup because the 2 programs weren't interacting, talking, communicating. There was no integrated plan. The leadership of both of those programs had left the post office, so there was a vacuum in terms of credible leadership and governance. There was lots of issues in terms of the quality of the software that had been produced to date. So there was lots to do. This was a remediation. This was a complete rebaselining of the program plan. This was a restructuring of the team. This was removing 70% of the people that are on the program in order to regain control. So as part of that, there was a lot of remediation work to do, but in early 2024, we did then start to build out a new plan based on an understanding of where the program was at that stage, which was the plan that you've previously referred to, which has the software being built, tested in real life with postmasters and ready to be deployed by the middle of 2026, and ultimately all postmasters and all branches being online by the end of 2028.
And that plan having been put in place in early 2024, did you find any obstacles in relation to that plan, either because of issues with the governance of Post Office or otherwise?
Look, these things are hard to deliver, and that was always going to be my expectation that there would be issues along the way. It's never going to be an easy ride. I think we had subsequent reviews of the program. I think governance was an issue in terms of too much governance. There are a lot of stakeholders at Post Office, so getting quick decisions made at the right level is always a challenge. I've already referred to risk aversion, which is difficult when you're trying to take considered risks as part of the development and ongoing deployment of the software, and just finding out more issues from the past which have to be remediated along the way. So yes, there were continually things that we needed to address as part, and they will continue in order for the program to be successful. The other thing I think is the ongoing funding of the program, which is very incremental, and so there's always a sense that the program is funded for another few months, and then there's a lot of work to be done to get another piece of funding through from DBT and ultimately HM Treasury, and that is a very difficult way to progress when you're trying to motivate people for a 2-3 year journey, when people know that we're only really formally funded for another few months, and then who knows what might happen.
Were you aware of the challenges to the feasibility of the continued delivery of Horizon, which was referenced in the Fujitsu letter of the 15th of December that we looked at when looking at that chain of correspondence? Were you aware of that at the time? Was the Post Office board aware of that at the time?
Yes.
Was it right that at that point the Post Office had not assigned an exit manager to prepare an exit plan with Fujitsu? So you'll recall the later letter.
That is correct. But Fujitsu were aware, and had been aware for some time, that we needed an extension. There was no option but to extend Fujitsu services because NVIT wasn't ready. So, we had been working with them on the ground at that stage for many months, working through what an extension would look like at a very detailed level in terms of working through all the contract schedules and some of the terms and conditions. So they knew that we were going to be asking for an extension, and those were ongoing conversations. So it was kind of, again, seen as slight game playing by Fujitsu to ask for an exit manager when they were very clear that there wouldn't be an exit in March 25.
Were there any risks from an IT perspective arising from Horizon's end of service life status?
Yes, there are risks of having infrastructure that's out of support or nearing in terms of resilience, in terms of the risk of failure. There had been a program called Data Center Fortification, which had spent a lot of money previously and was, during my tenure, continuing to spend money to improve the standard of the infrastructure, to upgrade many components, but there were still specific components that needed further investment. That investment was understood, had been worked through with Fujitsu in terms of the cost, potential costs and timescales. And all of those costs were included in the business case that we put forward to Treasury. So alongside the costs for the delivery of NVIT, we were also asking for investment in the Horizon infrastructure in line with the risks and the requirements of Fujitsu as they'd identified.
Was investment related to or to mitigate those risks forthcoming?
Yes. I mean, the conversations, when we had approvals during my tenure, they included all the components that we sought, and that included Fujitsu infrastructure. The reason I hesitated was, of course, ultimately because of this incremental nature of funding, not all of the investment that we were required to mitigate those risks was this is an ongoing process of the discussions and incrementality. So it was included in the approvals that we had been given to date, but ultimately that wouldn't have funded full risk mitigation because there are future business cases that need to be approved to address those risks.
Moving, please, to Project Willow. Is it right that Project Willow relates to concerns which were raised about the new branch IT system?
Yes.
The inquiry understands that there are 3 strands to the investigation. Is that your understanding?
I've only been aware of Willow 2 and Willow 3. I'm not aware what Willow 1 was.
But there were 3 parts.
Yes, that was my understanding.
Could we have on screen, please, POL 0044 8907? This is an ad hoc A&CI team report prepared by John Bartlett for the board in August 2024. This is a document that you've only seen very recently, and is it right that you've only seen this for the first time this morning?
Correct.
We'll take this as slowly as we need to, and if you need any time to consider the text that I'm asking you to look at, please do say.
Thank you.
Could we go, please, to page 6? This provides the background to Willow 2. And it says, multiple sources of information indicated that there were potentially 2 heads of alleged concerns relating to the NBIT teams. That information provided to GE and the CEO was presented in a skewed manner to prompt certain outcomes, and so past decision-making was flawed. And secondly, that InfoSec elements of design and testing were turned off due to pressure from contractors on those responsible for InfoSec in order to improve the speed of progression, irrespective of the long-term impact on the reliability of the system. So just taking those two parts in turn, is that an accurate description of the first aspect of concern, that information provided to GE and the CO was presented in a skewed manner, so past decision-making was flawed? Is that an accurate summary of what the concern was?
Yes.
Okay. What can you tell us about the circumstances in which that concern was raised and the response to it?
I was led to believe it was a whistleblower allegation. I know no more detail than that.
And in relation to the second aspect of this, was that the same? Was that raised in the same way? Was that part of the same concern?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you help, please, with what this concern might have been referring to, specifically in relation to turning off of some aspects of the design and testing to improve the speed of progression?
Yes. So when you're developing software, there is obviously aspects of the software that can be seen and can be demonstrated, i.e. the screens that a postmaster would use to serve a customer. So they can be demonstrated and to postmasters, to whomever would like to see them. But in order to provide a fully resilient piece of software that is fit for purpose to deploy to a very large retail network, there are a lot of unseen requirements. Those would be things like security, performance, that it can not just work on one computer, but indeed works on 25,000 counters, that it can be monitored so that the IT team know when it's working, when it isn't. So there are what would be called non-functional requirements that are behind the scene, that are a very important part of delivering a full software solution.
Can you help, please, with what aspect of the reliability of the system the concern related to? What was the concern about the impact?
Well, software, both the developed software and software, third-party software that is used, can have vulnerabilities, i.e. weaknesses that could be exploited in order to initiate some kind of cyber attack on the post office. So it's important that those vulnerabilities are understood and they are addressed before the software is rolled out to a material number of postmasters and is relied upon by post office, or else clearly there is an inherent risk of cyber threat.
So the risk here, you're saying, is one of cyber threat?
Yes.
Is there anything about that reference to the reliability of the system and the concern that was being raised that was relevant to accounting discrepancies or their potential?
No, I don't believe so, no.
In terms of what was done about the concerns that were raised, it appears from the bullet below, Pinsent and Grant Thornton were engaged to independently investigate. Is that what happened?
Yes, that's my understanding. Grant Thornton I recognise, Pinsent I do not.
Do you know what stage investigation had got to by the point at which you left the post office?
No, and I think I need to point out that the bullet point underneath suggests that I had SEG oversight of this investigation. That wasn't my understanding. So I certainly didn't. I was aware of the investigation. I was interviewed by Grant Thornton as part of the investigation, but I certainly wasn't aware that I was the SEG owner. I certainly didn't receive any status reports. I see in the document later on that there are issues with Grant Thornton and their engagement. I wasn't aware of that. So on a number of occasions, I would ask HR specifically what the status was and when it was due to complete, and was told that investigations were ongoing. So I don't recognise the statement that I had oversight in some way for the investigation, and I'm not sure it would have been appropriate.
We'll come on to what may have been being referred to here in terms of you being conflicted. We'll come back to that point, but I just want to deal, first of all, with the substance of what was being said in that concern dealt with under background. Do you consider that past decision-making had been flawed because of the way that evidence or information had been presented?
I don't have specific reports in mind where I know for sure that there's a report to a board or any other governance meeting where the reporting was overly positive or incorrect or ignoring issues with the programme. However, as already stated, the fact that the programme was continuing to report progress against a March 2025 date in early 2023 wasn't credible in my mind, and therefore that I can imagine that must have been the case, but I don't have access to specific reports that would confirm that.
Going, please, to page 8 of this document. This deals with Willow 3, so the third limb of it. And it sets out the background in this way. A and CI were asked to investigate an allegation that during a briefing to the board on alternatives to the in-house built MBIT, that Chris Brocklesby allegedly misrepresented a possible alternative offered by a company called Isha, and the true extent and completeness of the bid or offer by Isha to Post Office Limited was incorrectly discounted and suppressed as a viable alternative without broader consideration. Was this concern that had been raised discussed with you before you left Post Office?
Yes, it was.
Who discussed it with you?
The third party that was investigating, Grant Thornton.
Did you misrepresent an alternative proposal to the board?
No, I didn't.
Has an independent external investigator been engaged to support that Willow 3 investigation? Is that the company you were just referring to?
Yes.
And do you know when it is anticipated to conclude its investigation?
No, I do not. No.
That document can come down now. Thank you. Sir, I've reached the end of a topic and I'm about to turn to another. Would that be a convenient moment for the morning break, please?
Certainly, yeah.
If we could have 15 minutes, I think that
Yeah.
takes us to 25 to.
Certainly. Fine.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir. Can you still see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Brocklesby, I'd like to come next, please, to Project Phoenix and to past roles. Could we have on screen, please, POL 00448864? These are the minutes of an SEG meeting which took place in March 2024, which you attended. Going to page 3, please. Under the heading 3.1 past roles. There is this at the first 2 bullet points. SR and NM spoke to the paper which set out a recommendation on the approach to be taken in relation to the past roles review and staffing in the RU in the light of the change in operational context and political environment. As a reminder, the past roles review had been commissioned to look at the roles and activities of current employees who may have previously undertaken a role related to the subject of the POHIT inquiry, to examine whether any conflicts or perception of conflict arose. Did the past roles review arise out of the Project Phoenix work?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that they were happening in parallel or a separate scope.
Okay. Were you involved in the past roles work which was happening and is referred to here?
No.
Having been present at this meeting, what was your understanding of what the change in operational context and political environment referred to in the first bullet point was a reference to?
I think this referred to the fact that this had been highlighted in the press and or raised as an issue at board meetings, that there were still members of Post Office, particularly those in the RU, that had previously been involved in postmaster investigations.
Were it not for the change in operational context and political environment, would this work have been progressed?
It's difficult for me to say, I really wasn't involved in the RU or discussions around those roles.
There was a vote on how to proceed recorded on page 4. Over the page, please. And about halfway down the page, the penultimate bullet point there. The SEG discussed the difficult trade-offs at play with the majority voting for the many to few recommendation, the inevitability of delays to redress claim processing times was not, however, accepted, and SEG noted a number of different resourcing approaches and models, including those adopted in other industries, such as insurance and claims processing. And then there's a footnote at the bottom of the page, please, which says this: NR, CB, and KS. Was CB a reference to you?
Yes, it was.
Voted for option 3, many to few. OW voted for option 2, no further action. KMC abstained on the basis option 3 had the majority vote. And then it goes on to give another reference to non-voting members, noting they supported option 2. You voted for the many to few option over no further action. What did this mean?
It meant that those members, we'd seek to redeploy those members of the RU team that were in scope, i.e. I think there was a the reference to red roles, i.e. those people that were in the RU that had been involved in previous investigation work.
And just pausing there, RU, that's the remediation work, is it?
Remediation unit, yes.
Okay, please continue.
Pardon?
Were you? I didn't mean to interrupt. Just to clarify that.
I was done. That's what it was. That it was considered to be considering the pressure to make sure that there was no conflict of interest. That even though there was no implication that there was any wrongdoing on behalf of those individuals, it was the best outcome for both Post Office but also for the individuals concerned was that they were, as it were, taken out the firing line and there were other roles sought for them elsewhere in Post Office.
Could we have on screen, please, paragraph 32 of Mr. Brocklesby's statement? That's page 10. And at paragraph 32, you say that my observation is that the culture has been significantly influenced by the historic issues being addressed by the Horizon inquiry, which has resulted in risk aversion and a tendency to defer decisions to senior management. That risk aversion you've already referred to. And you go on at paragraph 33 to say, I'd say that there is a positive culture of constructive challenge with a good level of constructive challenge in the organisation. With that in mind, I'd like to go, please, to an email from Owen Woodley to the Post Office Board from February of this year, which you were copied into. Could we have on screen, please, POL 00448309. Page 2, please. And scrolling down a bit, please. This email here of the 9th of February 2024 from Owen Woodley forwarded on an email from Elliot Jacobs, and we see that over the next page, please, page 4, 2 pages on, forgive me. And that email's there from Elliot Jacobs, also 9th of February, to Nick Reed and others. And in this email, there is frustration expressed about the progress of Project Phoenix. It's right, isn't it, that Project Phoenix is a review of all historical investigations where allegations have been made by postmasters of wrongdoing on the part of the Post Office or Post Office employees as part of the human impact hearings for the inquiry.
That's correct.
Mr. Jacobs started his email in this way, following on from our meeting almost 2 weeks ago, where I expressed in the strongest of terms, my frustration and utter disbelief that the matter of Project Phoenix was still nowhere near resolved. I am concerned we have not received any update on the activity since. Then the third paragraph of his email says this: the claim that this is difficult will simply not cut it. If it was easy, someone might have done it by now. But it is the fact that it is hard that we must grasp the nettle and get it done. It is both optically and morally wrong that this has not been dealt with before. This is not a witch hunt, as it has been verbalised previously. This is about making certain the culture and frankly the future of this business is not mired in the wrongdoing of bad people who did truly awful things, some of whom to this very day believe they did the right thing. There is a further email in this email chain after the email forwarding this one on the 10th of February, and that's on page 1. And in the third paragraph here, he says, It does, however, seem odd that not a single one is suspended whilst this is ongoing. Why is that? We seem to suspend people on a regular basis when investigations are ongoing. Why not on this matter? First of all, can you help with who is now responsible for oversight of the investigations team? If you can't help, just say.
No, I don't know, I'm afraid.
Okay. Can you help with why you were a copied recipient of the email chain we've just looked at?
Because I was the chair of the Project Phoenix panel.
Do you share Mr. Jacobs' view as expressed about the pace and the nature of decision-making on Project Phoenix?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Given the scope of the panel, which to recap was to review investigations that had been conducted into approximately 50 cases and make a decision as to what action to take, namely to that there is no further action, or more investigative work is required, or indeed to pass that case or those individuals to the HR team for a misconduct investigation. There were 50 cases to get through. We prioritised the 20 or so cases that refer to current members of staff. But each case needed to be investigated by a qualified investigator, required going through old material, finding the recordings of previous interviews with postmasters, offering postmasters the opportunity to be interviewed again, specifically by those case reviewers, and to come up with recommendations in each case. Given that quantity of work and the limited number of investigators, it wasn't clear how we could go any faster. We took the role very seriously. The panel was available immediately when cases had been completed, and we quickly made decisions on everything that was put before us. But it wasn't clear how we could go any faster given the workload.
Who within the Post Office had referred to Project Phoenix as a witch hunt?
I'm not aware.
Is that how Project Phoenix was viewed by some employees within the Post Office?
I don't think many people were aware of what Project Phoenix was. So I can't answer that question. I think it was a small number of people that even aware that this was ongoing.
Over what period of time approximately were you chairing this panel, Mr. Brocklesby?
From memory, Sir Wyn, the panel started at the beginning of 2024, so January or February, through to my departure on the 6th of September.
So it was still functioning in its role in September, and we are looking at Mr. Jacobs' email in February, yeah?
That's correct. It is coming to. It's very close to the end. I think the conclusions have been drawn on. I believe now all 7 current members of staff, and the kind of thematic review document has also been produced in terms of lessons learned through the as a consequence of all of the investigations. So I expect it to be closing soon.
And on the face of it, well, not on the face of it, can you explain to me, in summary, why you were thought appropriate to chair this panel? Obviously, you'd had nothing to do with the past, so that helped.
Nothing to do with the past, nothing to do with investigations. I think Nick Reed asked me to chair it. I think it was felt that a member of the executive team should sit on the panel, considering its importance. My understanding is a number of other members of the executive team were conflicted because of their role, and others were also chairing other panels. So
Fine.
I was asked by Nick to chair Project Phoenix.
Thinking back to your comments at paragraph 33 about there being a positive culture of constructive challenge in the Post Office, the reference to the verbalised view of at least some that this was a witch hunt, is that an example of resistance to challenge within the Post Office?
Well, I don't recognise the phrase witch hunt. I've never heard it being used, so I couldn't say really.
That document can come down now, thank you. I'd like to come, please, to whistleblowing culture at the Post Office. At paragraph 67 of your statement, you say that at Post Office, whistleblowing is encouraged much more than other organisations you've worked in. And you also explain at paragraph 68 that you had chaired an investigation into a whistleblower's accusation. There were many more investigations underway than elsewhere that you have worked. And in your view, these investigations are taken seriously and confidentiality is respected. Does that remain your view?
Yes.
Could we have on screen, please, POL 0044 8519? This is a letter from Post Office Limited whistleblowers dated the 28th of May 2024 to Nigel Railton, a number of MPs, the chair of this inquiry and lead counsel to the inquiry. The first paragraph of the letter says this: "We're writing to you as a group of highly disenfranchised Post Office Limited employees to seek your support in addressing the ongoing intolerable leadership and cover-up within Post Office Limited. We represent a significant group from all levels of Post Office Limited who are sick and tired of being lied to and watching certain managers being favoured and protected because they are part of the inner circle of Nick Reed. The culture is terrible. There has never been a plan in place to address the wrongs of the past. Recent key indicators are showing significantly declining trends in our culture and trust between senior leaders and the rest of the business. Worse still, the current flawed leadership is not being appropriately and objectively held accountable." Were you aware when you were at the Post Office that there were Post Office employees with this strength of feeling about their place of work?
No, not this is particularly an emotional letter. So look, we could see the results of various engagement surveys. So as an executive team, we were aware that there's a lot more work to be done in terms of the trust in leadership and overall morale of the team. But I hadn't seen this particular letter until it was given to me last week. Having read through the letter now, without going through them one by one, were you aware of the particular allegations contained within it? I mean, it covers a lot of different points, but specifically, no. No. That document can come down now, thank you. Do you believe that the Post Office's whistleblowing policy has been effective in remedying past issues within Post Office's culture? It's difficult for me to answer that because the very nature of whistleblowing investigations are confidential. So in terms of the nature of the allegations, the findings, whether they're upheld or not, and the subsequent lessons learned, it's difficult to answer that question because those aren't available to me.
You appear in your statement to interpret a significant number of whistleblowing investigations to be reflective of a changed culture, one that's receptive to whistleblowing. Is that right?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Might a significant number of investigations also be reflective of a reaction to the current culture?
Yes, it might.
I'd like to come, please, to post office governance and effectiveness. Could we have on screen, please, paragraph 25 of Mr. Brocklesby's statement? That's page 8. You say, in terms of board structure, decision-making responsibility lies with the board across a wide range of areas. In my opinion, the CEO does not have sufficient delegated financial authority, which means that many decisions need to be signed off by the board as a whole. Any business case or procurement activity over £5 million must be signed off by the board. Although this is a large figure, given the size of Post Office Limited, there is a significant number of spends which meet this threshold. Procurement activity typically requires 2 board visits, the first to agree a procurement strategy, the second to agree the contract award. The board agenda is often full of procurement and business case approvals due to the lack of delegated authority to the CEO or SEG, as well as updates on remediation matters. You go on to say at paragraph 26 that the Post Office Board spends more time on operational rather than strategic issues. In your view, what is the impact of these features you discuss in terms of longer-term planning?
It's exactly that the board doesn't spend a lot of time thinking ahead, in my view, in terms of how the post office needs to build on the future. It's always looking at what's the current operational matters that's before it. So my expectation and my previous experience of boards is that their role is to be able to take a step back and to challenge the exec in terms of medium and long-term strategy and whether an organisation is on the right trajectory, rather than constantly being drawn into the details of the operation of the organisation as it is today.
Going to page 11, please, and paragraph 35. You discuss here a significant change in the SEG and board membership over the year you were at Post Office Limited, which obviously has had an impact on corporate knowledge and direction. For an organisation of this scale and complexity, and in view of the current challenges it is dealing with, including the inquiry, it is less than optimal that Post Office Limited is, and has been for some period, operating with a large proportion of interim senior managers and leaders. It is important for the stability of Post Office Limited that permanent appointments are made through the appropriate rigorous recruitment processes. The high turnover point is one you return to at paragraph 59. That's page 17, please. And you explain that one of the major issues with SEG has been the high turnover. When you joined in August 2023, there were 10 members. Of those, only 3 remain in the current team, with 5 new members. Owen Woodley retires in August, leaving the Chief of Staff and myself as the only remaining members of the team from August 2023. This means there is a lack of corporate knowledge and understanding of context, although this does mean there is new experience available. Why do you think there has been such a high turnover of staff at the senior level?
Well, there are lots of reasons why there have been people have come and gone. Clearly, some people have resigned. It's a difficult place to work. It's been an organisation that's been in crisis management during my tenure. Clearly, with the arrival of our new interim chair, he has decided to bring in a number of new members of the executive team as well. So I don't think there's one underlying reason, but has been a lot of change.
Is high turnover something which applies at the middle management level in Post Office, or is it really an executive and board level issue?
Yes, I think it is mainly an executive and board level issue.
You conclude in this way at paragraph 62 over the page, please. It is too early to know whether these individuals, that's new individuals to the team, can work effectively together to create a strong SEG team, something that has been lacking due to the high turnover and constant crisis management, which has been a recurring theme of 2024. In my view, SEG members have been working at an unsustainable intensity and pressure for some time. Do you consider that the Post Office board, as it was when you left the Post Office last month, to be effective?
That's a difficult one to answer succinctly. Ultimately, I think there's lots of improvements that need to be made in the way that the Post Office is governed, the way that the board operates, what they focused on, time on, the proportionality of different topics and themes, the way that the board engages with the rest of the postmasters, with Post Office postmasters and the executive team, where there isn't much engagement from the board. So I think there are lots of ways that the way that the board operates needs to be improved.
That document can come down now, thank you. In terms of your own appointment and the way your contract was handled, you say in your statement that the mutual intent was for you to join as a full-time employee as Chief Transformation Officer, and the terms of your employment were negotiated on that basis. Is that right?
Correct.
It's right, though, isn't it, that you commenced as a contractor instead?
Correct.
Why was that?
What I was told was that despite Remco having approved my appointment, it was subsequently considered necessary for the department to also sign off on my appointment. And my understanding is that approval was never received, so I continued on a contract basis.
How long did you expect that you would be working on a contractor-based contract when you started?
A matter of weeks.
But one was not approved at all in your tenure?
Correct.
What do you think accounts for that state of affairs?
I don't know. I asked on a number of occasions as to what was happening and whether that was going to ultimately be approved, but it was unclear why that approval hadn't been given. You
say at paragraph 80 of your statement that you were told in July of this year by the acting CEO that your contract was not going to be extended, as he and the interim chair wanted to bring in someone with a fresh perspective. You had been there for only a year.
Yes.
What was your reaction to this reason for not extending your contract?
I was disappointed. I was fully committed to the post office. When I was recruited by Nick Reed, I absolutely committed to him that it was something like a 3-year tenure to make sure that I could make a difference and particularly break the back of the NBIT deployment. But by then a number of new SEG members were being brought in, particularly from Camelot, that were known to the new interim chair. So that had happened previously with other roles, and now that was happening with the Chief Transformation Officer role.
So those are all the questions that I have for Mr. Brocklesby. There are maybe some CP questions. There's at least 2 sets of CP questions. 3 sets of CP questions, sir.
All right. Let me just ask, when you departed, who took over your role?
A gentleman named Andy Nice, who was the former Chief Transformation Officer at Camelot.
So it was someone brought in,
yes.
Not someone at the post office?
On an interim basis, yes.
He's on an interim basis as well?
Yes.
Right, fine, thank you. Let the CPs ask their questions then.
Thank you, sir. Starting with Ms. Page.
Mr. Brocklesby, thank you. Can I just ask about Project Phoenix again, very briefly? Yes. It started in January of this year. Why did it start then?
I don't know, I'm afraid.
Was it because there was a furore after Stephen Bradshaw gave evidence at this inquiry and it was revealed that he was still effectively working in a post he should not have been?
I don't know that for sure. He was clearly named in a number of the cases within scope for Project Phoenix. So it's definitely part of the investigation.
Do you have any light to shed on why nothing was done about that between, let's say, the Hamilton rulings and January of this year?
No.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Next, please.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Brocklesby. My name's Angela Patrick, and I act for a number of sub-postmasters who were convicted and have since had their convictions overturned. I have a couple of questions about one document, and if we could go to Paul 20444868, I'd be grateful. And I want to look at one issue, and it's going back and picking up again the question of NBIT and the Fujitsu extension. And we'll just wait till the document comes up. It should appear it's going to be the minutes of the board from the 4th of June of this year. Thank you. Can you see that there, Mr. Brocklesby?
I do.
And if we can see your name, you were in attendance at this meeting. Can you see that there?
I do.
And I want to ask about a few items in the minutes. Can we look at page 5 at the bottom, please, under section 3.5, please? Now, this is June of this year, shortly before you left, I think, in September. And we can see here there's a section on the investment committee, and the inquiry's heard a little bit about the investment committee and its oversight of NBIT. It says here, the IC met on May 16th and focused on SPM. Now, first, SPM, is that strategic platform modernisation?
That's correct. It's the programme name that is delivering the NBIT.
Thank you, that's it. So it's the overarching programme which is responsible for NBIT. Great. And it goes on. There were uncertainties in respect of the project across a number of issues, including funding. 2 external reviews had been completed in respect of the project and both concluded red ratings. The buy-build point had been considered, although the build approach without the necessary in-house expertise seemed flawed. NRA, and I think that's Nigel Railton, shared his view that the conversation on buy-build was the wrong question and thought that the question was build, and then the question was whether to build internally or externally. There needed to be a number of conditions met for a successful internal build. However, such as a stable business, good governance and quick decision-making. With the company not fulfilling those conditions, the view of NRA was that a third party should be commissioned to build. NRA advised that he saw, and if we can scroll over, 3 options. Firstly, SPM could carry on as was. Secondly, a third party could be engaged to build the new system. And thirdly, that Horizon could be brought in-house. All of these options needed to be carefully considered. And we've talked about the dashboard reporting up to IC. And then the last paragraph, the chair noted that the paper included in the pack seemed surprisingly positive, and so on. So this is June of this year.
Yes.
Almost a year after you've come into post, and quite some considerable time after the judgments in the Common Issues judgment and the Horizon Issues judgment. Now, were there still conversations going on in the business as to whether the replacement Horizon would be bought or built in June of this year? Sorry, you're nodding, Mr. Brocklesby. If you're saying yes or no, you have to say so for the transcript.
This is not a conversation that I was included within. So this is a report from the chair of the investment committee. So I'm reading the paper and nodding because clearly it's a report of a conversation at the board that I wasn't included in. So yes, there was a conversation at a board meeting.
And I only ask you because at this point, as I understand it, you would have been responsible for oversight of MBIT still.
Yes.
Were there still conversations going on about what the replacement would look like, whether it was being bought from somebody else, built in-house, built by somebody else, or as a third option, bringing Horizon, as it stood, back in-house at the post office, as late as this year in June?
Yes.
Thank
I think
you.
the logic here is somewhat confused. The point about Horizon insourcing, I think, is a separate point, because clearly it doesn't get you to the same outcome, which is a replacement for Horizon. The new interim chair came in with a very clear view that he thought that Horizon should be insourced, and that is being considered, I understand, as we speak, and there may well have been a decision at the September board meeting after my departure. But I think that's completely separate from how to progress with SPM. I would say I find the debate about in a kind of build ourselves or build with a third party also slightly odd, in as much that we aren't just building, I say we, sorry, I've left, but I can't help myself. The post office has 2 very material partners in Accenture and Coforge, so it's not trying to build the system completely on its own. It's got 2 expert development partners working alongside it in order to build the new NBIT application.
Okay. We may come back to that issue about whether to build, buy or bring in-house in a moment. But there, where he says, the chair noted the paper seemed surprisingly positive. Were you involved in whether there was any response to the chair's question mark about whether the paper was surprisingly positive?
Well, clearly it refers to the fact that there is a separate paper to be presented later in the meeting. Okay. So I presume I would have responded to any questions that the chair had at that time.
Thank you. There is a later part of the meeting that I would like us to look at, and unfortunately I have to find the page reference, so if you could bear with me for a moment. I'd like to look next at the section on transforming technology, which starts on page 10. If we could scroll down to that, I'd be very grateful. It's section 7.1. And I think we can see there you do join the meeting at a later point, and you speak to a paper entitled SPMP Update Paper, and that you're going to be talking about the last update to the board and updating on progress since. You're talking about the spectrum of services available. You say that there's ongoing engagement with postmasters and it had been well received. At that point, you said it had been remaining within budget and there was progress being made on recruitment. And you go on to contractors working on the programme and so on and so forth. You wanted to talk about some details there. I don't want to ask about that. I want to ask about the next page. So if we could scroll down. And we see there SI, who I think is Saf Ishmael.
Yes.
Yeah. Referenced the recent articles in Computer Weekly and queried the mood in the team. CB, which I think is you, outlined the 2 articles which had covered the potential Fujitsu contract extension and the IPA review, and you advised that the articles had not been well received, and a number of questions had come in from Fujitsu and the banks. You say in relation to the IPA review, you were asked by SJ whether you were confident whether it would go through and answer all the points in the review satisfactorily, and you answered that. And if we go on a little bit further, at the bottom, sorry, I apologise for this, I'm trying to find the relevant section. You then go to the bottom at the bottom, we say there's the next section after that. There's SO spoke to a paper outlining the proposal for a 5-year exit plan for Fujitsu. Now, SO, would that be Simon Oldknow?
Yes.
And he's your direct report?
Yes.
It says SO advised that the board were being asked to include in the strategy a stage where if NBIT was not completed within the term of the extension, that the company would put in place an alternative approach to supporting the Horizon platform to make sure that Fujitsu was still able to exit at the 5-year point. SJ queried what the alternative approach would constitute, and Simon Oldknow advised that the Horizon platform could be brought in-house or procurement undertaken for external support for the platform. SO estimated that it would be 18 months to 2 years when a decision would need to be taken on this point. So just to take all of that on board, this sounds as though planning is going on for Horizon still to be in place, even after the prospect of an extension for 5 years with Fujitsu. Is that fair?
No. So may I explain? So
yes, please
when
do.
we approached Fujitsu for an extension, one of their immediate responses was, this has to be the last time. We don't want to extend our arrangements with Post Office, but we understand you're reliant on us, and ultimately we will need to, and we will extend. We then talked about a proposal for up to 5 years, which covered the plan to build NBIT and deploy it by the end of 2028, and gave us contingency if there were further delays. this is a request from Fujitsu to say, based on the fact that this has to be the last time you extend the contract, we, Fujitsu, want to include in the terms of that extension a guarantee that if for whatever reason NBIT is not fully deployed by the end of the 5-year term, that you will instigate an alternative strategy to make sure that you are no longer reliant on us to support Horizon. So it was us responding to requests from Fujitsu rather than us undertaking in any way a plan to extend Horizon after that time period.
Indeed. It's being requested by Fujitsu. But this is now some time on. As you said, you came in mid-2023. We're talking several years after the judgments in the Common Issues Judgment and the Horizon Issues Judgment, when some of our clients had been raising problems with Horizon for near decades. Now, we are now here in the prospect of a drift where Horizon would stay in place, albeit brought in-house under the Post Office's auspices. That's a conversation that's on the table with the board, isn't it?
It's a response to a request from our supplier.
And is it a realistic request from your supplier, noticing that perhaps there has been some considerable drift in this project already?
I don't believe it was realistic to assume that Horizon will be operating past March 2030.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brocklesby. That's all the questions I have for you.
Okay, thank you.
So the document remain on the screen that we currently have. Can we go, please, to page 12 of that document? Middle of the page, please. I'm told it's coming up, Mr. Brocklesby. Page 12, please. Middle of the page, please. If we look there and highlight the board resolved that, do you see that entry, Mr. Brocklesby?
I do.
I think this is what you've been trying to say. First of all, let's just understand for the chair's note that the board resolved at this June meeting that, subject to seeking a 3-year break provision, the proposed strategy for an extension of up to 5 years of the Horizon support contract with Fujitsu from 1st of April 2025, written with no irony, until 31st of March 2030, be and is hereby approved. So that's the first part, yes?
Yes.
Right. So what this is essentially saying is that the board is approving the extension until 2030 of the contract with Fujitsu. And then point 2, there is reference to the inclusion of a binding commitment to Fujitsu that an alternative approach to supporting the Horizon platform through commencement of a programme to insource, reprocure elements, other corporate speak, be activated if there is not sufficient time within the term extension to fully migrate from Horizon to NBIT. So that's what I think you've been trying to say. Essentially, the extension is approved for 5 years, and within that time, frankly, fingers crossed, hopefully you can sort it out in-house.
The second point is, if during the intervening period between now and the 31st of March, it becomes apparent that Horizon is required before the 31st of March, we will commit to initiating an in-source project in sufficient time so that we don't have to go back to Fujitsu and ask them to extend yet again past 31st of March 2030.
Yeah. So the crux of this is that the board has approved the extension of the Horizon system and its use by sub-postmasters until 2030. Do you agree?
If required, but the contract is such that it's up to 5 years, so we can terminate earlier when and if NVIT is deployed. So it might be up till 5 years, but if the plan sticks as it is today, then that would be terminated earlier, namely at the end of 2028.
Right, and things always go extremely well at the post office in terms of meeting timings requirements and output. Do you agree?
We have a plan.
Yes.
I think a well-constructed plan to get the system delivered by the end of 28.
All right, let's have a look at something else. POL 50254, page 34.
Boss leisure.
So POL 50254. So we can see there, page 1, standard sub-postmaster's contract. There may be different versions of this. I'm aware that they exist on our document system, but this is the one that I think will at least help us with what happened after the Fraser judgments, and therefore what happened in relation to at least the drafting of contracts and sub-postmasters in that regard. Page 34, please. I'm going to take us to paragraphs 20.4, 20.5 and 20.6. If those three could be highlighted, I'd be grateful. So, Mr. Brocklesby, these are contracts that have been looked at, considered after the Horizon High Court judgments, okay? Right. Okay. Now, I'm assuming that when you came into post, you must have read those judgments.
The judgment, not the contract, yes.
Right. Well, you read the judgments, and then one of your jobs, if not the main job, was to implement the, if you like, the result of those judgments. Is that correct?
Yes, many of those judgments had already been implemented.
Right.
On our arrival.
And you're aware, having read those judgments, that, if you like, the starting point for all of this scandal is that sub-postmasters were being blamed for shortfalls and told to pay up and all too often prosecuted. You're aware of that background. This is a simple background.
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Let's have a look then at 20.4 and see what the contract was saying then about matters after the judgment. So 20.4, properly and accurately produce all relevant records and or explain all relevant transactions and or any alleged or apparent shortfalls attributed to the sub-postmaster. Then 20.5, cooperate in seeking to identify the possible or likely causes of any apparent or alleged shortfalls. And 20.6, as a kind of cover-all, I'll read this one more slowly. Seek to identify the causes of any apparent or alleged shortfalls in any event. Okay? Right.
Yes.
So you understand the historic background, High Court judgments, shortfalls, problematic sub-postmasters, people being prosecuted, contract being amended to try and make sure that shortfalls are looked at and considered carefully. Right. Now, you answered a question of Ms. Price's earlier about shortfall matters and investigation. And your answer was this. You're not aware of that level of detail. In other words, what is going on to investigate shortfalls?
I'm not aware of it. Yes, the investigation into individual shortfalls with postmasters.
Well, how then is this contractual term being maintained? And I use the coverall one because that's the simplest one to look at here. Seeking to identify the causes of any apparent or alleged shortfalls in any event. Now, that's to say to people that, sub-postmasters, that, look, we're taking this seriously. We're going to look at shortfalls. If you've got a shortfall, don't worry. We're going to cover it. How is that being maintained in terms of a contractual requirement?
By the business support team and the network support team.
That's who? How?
People in the retail team. People that man the business support phone lines that responds to postmasters' queries, people who respond to postmasters when they hit the review and dispute button.
Right. So the dispute buttons and the phone lines, who's maintaining the monitoring of the phone line and where's that reported to?
Into the retail team at Post Office.
Right. Is that reported to the board?
It reports into the segment are responsible, and ultimately, of course, everything reports into the board, yes.
Well, I mean, as an example, are issues that are commonly occurring in relation to the helplines summarised, given maybe a percentage number, sent up to the board for the board to review so they can keep an eye on this?
It's not part of my responsibility. It was not part of my responsibility. I'm aware that there's a retail dashboard that's quite a detailed dashboard with a lot of data in terms of how those teams are operating. And that is a dashboard that's reviewed by SEG and the board on a monthly basis.
Is that a long way of saying I don't know whether it's summarised and put to the board in a way that analyses the commonly occurring issues?
But it's not. It wasn't part of my responsibilities to run those teams.
So you don't know, right? Now you were referred to the letter from Mr. Patterson dated 17th of May 24. Have that on the screen, please. FUJ 00243199. So that's FUJ 00243199, please. I'm grateful. Scroll down, please, and then stop there, if you would. What it says there, second paragraph, to be clear, FSL, Fujitsu, will not support the Post Office to act against postmasters. We will not provide support for any enforcement actions taken by the Post Office against postmasters, whether civil or criminal, for alleged shortfalls, fraud or false accounting. And then continue down to pursuit of shortfalls from postmasters, please, section at point 2 of that page. We've looked at this before, Mr. Brocklesby, so I'm going to cut this down to the last sentence. So this is from Fujitsu. This is Mr. Patterson, who I remember correctly, European manager of Fujitsu. This is someone that should know his stuff. It's saying this, pursuit of shortfalls from postmasters, it should not be relying on Horizon data as a basis for such shortfall enforcement. And then further down, please. Right, well, I don't think I need to take it any further on that. Now, this appears to be Mr. Patterson saying not just about criminal matters, it's about shortfalls, it's about enforcement, it's about analysis or provide or use of Horizon system data. And it's essentially saying, this is Fujitsu, given the history of this matter, given problems with systems, don't use our data. That's Fujitsu saying that. Now, when we go back in time to look at this contractual requirement that I've been discussing with you about shortfalls, to analyse, look into, consider those shortfalls, how on earth is that being done with Fujitsu being involved if they're not prepared to play ball?
Very surprised by this letter when I was shown it by Nick Reed. My initial reaction was to check whether anything had changed, whether any new defects had been raised by either ourselves or Fujitsu, and they hadn't. I didn't understand the fact that they were prepared to provide detailed data in paragraph 3 here to assist with postmaster redress, but weren't then suggesting that exactly the same data could be relied upon for shortfall enforcement. Didn't strike me as consistent. I believed at the time this letter was written specifically to be discovered by this inquiry, and could see no other reason why at this particular time, considering that this version of Horizon has been supported by Fujitsu for many years. They have hundreds of technical experts supporting Horizon. They know that it's used by postmasters on a daily basis to run every aspect of their business. And we have an open book in terms of the outstanding defects on the system. And they know that none of those branch affecting defects would materially impact any of the data on the system, that I didn't understand why this statement had been made.
Okay, let me test that in two different ways. First of all, in your answers to Ms. Price earlier, you were saying that you believed that this letter related to a particular criminal case. That's my summary of what you appear to be saying. So you seem to be saying that it was connected with a criminal matter. And one of the reasons why I've raised it with you, Mr. Brocklesby, you can speak in a moment, forgive me for putting it that way, is because I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that the letter covered more than just criminal matters. It covers civil matters, it covers shortfalls. So your understanding of this letter, was it based upon what you thought at the time, in your recollection, a criminal matters only?
No. When I answered a previous question from Ms. Price, I was responding to a question about the first paragraph.
My second point, in terms of testing what you're saying about this, we've gone to the 2020 version of a contract that is post Mr. Justice Fraser's judgments. So it is one that is clearly designed to try and say, look, shortfalls are not to be tolerated, we're going to look into them. Now, that's 2020. This letter is 4 years after that. How on earth has the situation arisen whereby from 2020 to 2024, it's taken all of that time to discover that Fujitsu don't believe you can rely upon their data from the Horizon system to look at these things like shortfalls?
Well, I think that's a question for Fujitsu.
Well, it isn't, Mr. Brocklesby, because one of the things that you were brought in to do...
Mr. Steen, he hasn't been there for 3 of the 4 years.
I know.
I think it's a question that's too wide in its current form.
I'll cut it down. You're there for about a year, Mr. Brocklesby. One of the issues, it relates to what's going on with the system, trying to implement the changes that were put forward through the judgments at the High Court. You started in, I think, May 2023. Why, between May 23 until the time whereby you're essentially being asked to leave the company, why didn't you not look into the question of what support is Fujitsu playing in terms of looking at this data question?
So I started in August 23. There was no equivalent issue raised by Fujitsu until this letter later in 2024. There was nothing to respond to in terms of their question.
Why didn't Post Office check to see what support Fujitsu was prepared to supply? I mean, I accept entirely you came in 23, so that's years later. But it seems as though nobody has looked at this and said to Fujitsu, hang on everybody, will you provide support for this function?
It was providing support for this function.
Well, that's the question I wanted to ask you, Mr. Brocklesby. Until this exchange of correspondence, which I accept began with a request by the Post Office that Fujitsu should facilitate a police investigation, and then it widened out in the way that Mr. Steen has drawn attention. Until this exchange of correspondence, had Fujitsu said anything along the lines that they'd said in this correspondence, or failed to provide support?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Right.
So the question I've got that arises out of that is this. What protocols, guidance, agreements were put in place, to your knowledge, post the Horizon judgments in the High Court, with Fujitsu to ensure that they provided such data for shortfall consideration? So what guidance, protocols, or documents or agreements were put in place with Fujitsu so that they were providing the material?
I don't know in any level of detail, but for example, there's an ARQ process whereby we could request specific data, transactional level data, from Fujitsu to help with various investigations. That was something that was common practice.
Okay, Mr. Brocklesby, let's try and repeat this one more time on this. So 2024, revision of contract. You would have thought that the Post Office would have checked with Fujitsu in some form of agreement, a document, a protocol, guidance, some way of judging that Fujitsu were on board with this type of investigation looked at in the contract. Are you aware of any such discussion document, agreement, protocol?
No.
Fine. I'm going to take you to the YouGov document, please, which is EXPG I hope I've got the right number of zeros, 607. EXPG 607. Page 4, please. Grateful. Can that be expanded? Yes. Thank you very much. If you can just go down the page, just this is the executive summary, as you can see, Mr. Brocklesby.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's look at the second paragraph. The vast majority, 92% of SPM surveyed reported experiencing some form of issue with the Horizon IT system in the last 12 months. This took the form, most commonly took the form of screen freezes, 70%, or loss of connection. And then moving on, over half, 57%, said that they have experienced unexplained discrepancies, with lower but still significant proportions mentioning unexplained transactions, missing transactions, and so on. And then further down under discrepancies in the Horizon system, if we look then at the second paragraph again, almost all, 90% of the SPM surveyed who have experienced a discrepancy reported that they were shortfalls, whilst around a third, 34%, had also experienced surpluses. And then, perhaps crucially, when asked how these discrepancies were typically resolved, it was most common for SPMs to report using their branch's money or to have resolved it themselves, 74%. Now, one additional fact, the numbers of sub-postmasters surveyed, if I recall correctly, was just under 1,000. It was 950 people that responded from the sub-postmaster group, okay?
Okay.
Now, look, I'm no mathematician. I think anyone will agree with that. But this still seems to me to be a large number of people out of a group of sub-postmasters who are experiencing still the same problems with shortfalls, discrepancies, difficulties, people talking about surpluses as well. So it's missing money and it's too much money and they can't resolve it. And people still paying out themselves. Now, I've got two real questions that arise out of this. What on earth is going on with this system that in 2024, by the time of this report in September 24, that these issues are still going on, Mr. Brocklesby?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, it's something that I think the Post Office would need to look into further in terms of particularly the number of postmasters in this survey that experience discrepancies. I mean, discrepancies can be created for a whole host of reasons. It's something that people would have to do some more analysis on in terms of making sure that they understood why these were being created.
My second point about this is culture, okay? There's been a lot of talk about culture, and we're going to get further witnesses talking about culture within the Post Office.
Yeah.
What work has been done on the culture within the sub-postmaster branches? You've got people that have run these branches for ages under essentially a system that's broken, that's poor, that has sometimes tyrannized them within their branches. People are afraid to come forward, even out of the group of people working in branches. And that culture is no doubt propelling people, when they're getting discrepancies, to still pay up. Not use the button that says there's a problem. Not use the helpline to say to them there's a problem. People are still paying up for shortfalls. Do you agree that there's a culture problem that has yet to be addressed with the people running the branches? Not their fault. It's what's happened to them that's causing it. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brocklesby?
I don't recognise a culture problem that remains, no.
What, you don't recognise a culture problem with people within the branches of the Post Office still paying up for shortfalls out of their own pocket or branch money?
That may be valid.
Project Phoenix, Mr. Brocklesby, just so that you can help a little bit further with that. We have some information because some of our clients are affected by this. They've been essentially been at the centre of investigations. Is it Project Phoenix, the project that's employed ex-police officers to look into and conduct investigations?
Yes, I think.
Have they completed something like 18 internal reviews, or is it more?
In terms of the cases?
Individual cases?
I think it's more.
It's more. And have they been provided to the inquiry?
I don't know.
have they been provided to the individuals who is the subject of those reviews?
I don't know for sure. Certainly, the postmasters affected were offered an interview so that they could provide more colour and clarity around their original evidence to the inquiry.
Are the people, to your knowledge, who are the subject of these reviews, going to be provided with a copy of the review about their issue?
I don't know.
Do you not think that's a good idea, Mr. Brocklesby?
Yes, I do think it's a good idea.
You engaged with some of the meetings with our clients. These are restorative justice meetings, correct?
Yes.
And you took part in those meetings, I think, in July of this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I may get the numbers wrong. 5 or 6, 7 meetings, something like that?
Yes, it was over 2 days. Maybe a little more than that, but something like that, yes.
These meetings, you're aware, I think, Mr. Brocklesby, are difficult for the people that come to the restorative justice meetings?
Very difficult, yes.
And you'll understand when I say that people actually have to summon up the courage to actually attend at all.
I really didn't understand that before, but as a consequence of going, I understand that many people had suffered so much that they found it difficult to travel, and in some cases found it very difficult to talk about what they'd been through, and they were very brave, in my opinion, in coming to those meetings.
And you'll understand that sometimes some people, frankly, can't come to the meetings at all, don't want to take up the offer. I
understand that.
Or the other way around, too angry.
Yes.
Not wanting to engage. You understand that?
I do understand that.
Mr. Brocklesby, I don't know whether the right word is pleased, but you may be interested to learn that people's reports about those meetings that included you were very positive, that you listened, appeared to listen, you appeared to gain information, and you appeared to be affected by the meetings and what people said. Is that a fair summary of how it came across to you?
It is a fair summary. I found them enlightening, but very, very difficult.
Yeah. Do you understand also that, as we know from your statement and the evidence you've given with Miss Price, that therefore when you leave the post office, you take with you that memory, your personal memory of those meetings, the lessons you've learnt, and that part of your, if you like, corporate involvement on behalf of the post office largely goes with you when you leave the post office? Do you understand that goes? Others that have taken part in those meetings, I think Mr. Reed, who sits behind me today, has also been engaged in those meetings and also, we believe, has been affected by them. And he's also leaving the post office. So do you see that what is happening is that this corporate churn, these individuals that are, for you, just, about a year or so at the post office, other individuals longer term, like Mr. Reed at the post office, engaging in these meetings. I don't know whether our clients are going to say it was a waste of time, but it does feel it seems to be a real shame that this understanding, this knowledge, this emotional memory of what has happened with sub-postmasters through these discussions is going to be lost from those people like yourself that are leaving. Do you agree?
Yes, I hope the new members of the executive team engage in the whole process, and I certainly tried to share my experiences when I returned to make sure people understood that hadn't done those sessions just how those postmasters, and I think for me, most importantly, their families had been so impacted and in ways that I hadn't previously understood, and the fact that that impact was still being felt today, in some cases decades after the events that actually impacted them and their families.
One moment, Mr. Brocklesby. No, thank you, Mr. Brocklesby.
Mr. Brocklesby, I'm sorry to go back over one or two things that you've been asked about, but I want to get as clearly in my mind as possible where the post office had reached in terms of the new system, as I'll call it.
Yes.
At the date you left, all right?
Yes.
Because we've looked at lots of minutes and all the rest of it, but I want your understanding, if I may, of where we had got to, or where the post office rather had got to?
Yes. So the
First of all, can I work backwards?
Yes.
As of the date you left, were there, so far as you were aware, any concluded contracts with Fujitsu which related to any kind of extensions?
No, there were not.
Right. So that when we're looking at minutes and resolutions, that's only one side of the story. So far as you know, by September 2024, there were no concluded agreements.
Yes, that's
right.
Correct.
That's clear in my mind. Second thing I want to be clear in my mind is your view of what will occur if things go to plan. I appreciate things may not go to plan, but I'd like you to tell me what you think will happen if things go to plan.
Yes, let me try and summarise. If things go to plan, between now and June of 2026, this new system will be built. It's being built incrementally, starting with a certain number of the transactions that postmasters use, and building on that more and more and more and more transactions. In parallel with that, the system will be piloted in up to 50 branches, so that we get postmaster feedback and experience of the new system. If that all goes to plan, then from June 2026, then the system will actually be starting to be deployed into branches. That means starting to turn off Horizon in that branch and move to that branch fully relying on NVIT by postmasters to serve its customers. That process of training new postmasters in the new system, cutting over from the old to the new, will take the period of time between the middle of 2026 and the end of 2028. Through that period, the Post Office will then start to be able to turn off some of the services provided by Fujitsu until the end of 2028, when it will be able to turn off the final of those services and cease to rely on Fujitsu to support Horizon, because every branch will then be using the new system to serve its customers.
And my last question is, so far as you know, as of September 2024, was the necessary finance for those things to happen approved?
No, it was not. Because of this incremental nature to funding.
Can I just ask you, if and you tell me if this is too simplistic, but which part, if any, of that plan did have approved finance?
It was being approved in slices in terms of timing. So all of those activities, i.e. activities on Horizon and activities for the new system, have been approved up to the early months of next calendar year, so something like January and February of 2025. So new funding to move forward past those dates will be required in short order to make sure all of those activities can continue.
And would I be correct in thinking that if would I be correct in thinking that if finance is approved in effect in tranches as it is going along, we are talking about approving finance for a period of work which covers months only, not years into the future?
Yes, that is correct. The funding discussions have clearly been complicated by a general election and a spending review from the new government. So the expectation is that at best, The next tranche of funding would be for another year to take it, I think, through to March 2026. So again, that would just be another tranche, and other tranches would be subsequently needed.
And again, if I'm being too simplistic, please tell me. But ultimately, this is not the post office funding things from its own generated funds. This is all roads lead to the Treasury, yeah?
That's correct. I know there are some projects that the project is able to fund itself, but certainly there are a bundle of transformation projects, including the SPM programme, which need to be funded outside of Post Office's finances.
And one last question. I've heard from other witnesses that there is, as we speak, a strategy review being undertaken. Does that have any impact or potential impact on the progress or otherwise of the plan that you've explained to me in summary?
It absolutely does have potential impact in terms of the size of the branch network, products that will be continue to be sold or discontinued, would all impact the scope and timelines of the project. So that does deliver a certain amount of uncertainty to the programme.
Well, on that note, I won't say happy or unhappy. Thank you very much for your evidence, Mr. Brocklesby. I'm grateful to you for your witness statement and for your role of evidence.
Thank you.
Right, Ms. Price, we have a day off tomorrow. When I say a day off, we are not having a hearing tomorrow, I think is a more accurate way of putting it. And we resume again on Friday, yeah?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.